Greetings, how are you? Welcome to a Tuesday, 84 degrees. We'll give you the track condition in just a couple of moments. I have your changes that I'll go quickly over here in just the next 2.5 minutes because it's time to rise and honor America for the playing of our national anthem. Hey, welcome back. Quickly for changes, if you need to get updated on them and you miss a little bit because you're like me, you get writer's cramp easy and you're kind of slow. Here we go. Overweight in race number 1, the 7 is 1 pound over. Overweight in race number 2, 5 is 3 pounds over. Rider change on the 3. Rider change in race number 3, the 2. Trinity, 3 and 1, make the rider Ricardo Jaime. Ricardo Jaime to ride number 2. Trinity, 3 and 1 in race 3. In the 4th race, scratch number 5, 2-step Jake. 5th race is clear. In race number 6, make the rider of Savannah Marie. In the 6th race, the rider of Savannah Marie, make the rider Cesar Diaz. Diaz to ride Savannah Marie in the 6th race. In race 7, scratch the 9 Golly Posse. The 3 Wampus Kitten to be ridden by Luis Colon. And I believe the 1 is 1 pound over in the 7th race. Jordan, check that for me, okay? Is it the 1 in the 7th race that's 1 pound over? Or is it the 7? Okay, hey, second guess myself. Right into the right thing for once. In race number 8, scratch out both Maya's Warrior, number 4, and the 6 Beer Goggles. 4 and 6 are scratched from the 8th and last. Do have a couple of overweights in the 8th and last. The 8, 1 pound. The 11, 1 pound. We'll give you again the track condition when it becomes available to us. It does have a lot of water on it, a couple of areas with standing water, but we'll see how it goes. 26 minutes until race 1, and Peter Lurie is standing by. Peter, I have to tell you this, on our past race day on Saturday gone by, July 4th, we made it through one of the only programs that I can remember without a race time favorite winning. We had a 2-1 shot. We had an 8-5 shot, both second choices. I think we had a 5-2 shot that won, but many 6 and 7s and 8-1s, on the Saturday card. So good value coming up, especially on a program like we have today.
I was going to bring all that up, and I'm glad you already did. By the way, on a side note, Keith Nelson, if you keep doing this, it's going to stay that way. So stop doing that. Hi, everybody. Yeah, as Keith mentioned, it was one of those days. We had a bit of second-itis for the first half of the card, but then we came back and we turned a nice little profit. So hopefully we can keep that thing going this afternoon. As you mentioned, we got water on the standing, but it's warm. Do I think it's going to change to a fast track? Probably not, but hopefully it will be a fair track. A lot of things to talk about here. First of all, our groom of the week, courtesy of our friends over there, the Illinois Horsemen, is Pedro Galvez. He is with the Gene Sandrowski stables, so he will be getting his award today. Congratulations, Pedro, on behalf of everyone here at Fairmount Park. Want to let you know that our rider standings really haven't changed too much. It looks like Alexander Bendesu is starting to give himself a little bit of distance between he and the rest of the riders. 34 winners coming in to today. Johannes Aringaren, she had a nice day on Saturday. She has 22, and Adamar Santos, last year's leading rider, now with 19. So starting to catch up there for the second and third spot, but Bendesu doing what he does. As far as the trainers are concerned, yeah, it's usually the same old song and dance, as Aerosmith used to say. Scott Becker, 31 winners coming in here. Way to go, Scott. Jimmy Watkins right there with 17. And Ralph Martinez, we mentioned his business has really been picking up for his barn. Also, his son, Brody Martinez, getting his very first winner as a rider. And if you probably saw on YouTube, he was pelted after the race with water and all kinds of fun stuff. But congratulations out to Brody. Want to mention one more thing before I go away. I mentioned Ricardo Jaime. I said, here's a guy that should be getting more mounts. He is. He's got a pickup mount. He's starting to come up. But something he did something he did last week was something you don't normally see. In a lot of jurisdictions, they don't allow it. But here in Illinois, we do. He got his trainer's license. And in fact, in race number 7, the one-horse Chasing Numbers, he's riding today as a jockey all day, but he's also a trainer in Chasing Numbers. And guess who is riding that horse for him? Himself, Ricardo Jaime. You don't see that too often, but when you do, I think it's pretty cool because the jocks, I always said, when the late great Bill Shoemaker became a trainer, and everyone said, I don't know if he'll make it. He for the short time he was doing it, he did very well. Why? Because they get on their own horses in the morning. They have a feel for it. They're still in racing shape. So it's not like they're just galloping around. They can really feel what's going on. So good luck to Ricardo Jaime, not only with his riding, but also with his first trainer licensed horse in race number 7. That's the one Chasing Numbers. So that's all I got. Looks like an interesting 8-race card. I cannot wait. On behalf of our track announcer, Mr. Keith Nelson, on all of our friends over at Excel Entertainment, I would just like to say I'm Peter Lurie. Welcome to Fairmount Park. 16 minutes to post, and welcome back, everybody, on behalf of everyone here at Excel Entertainment to our first race on the card here on our Horse Hockey Tuesday here at Fairmount Park. Peter Lurie here with you as we're getting ready for what looks to be a mile Illinois bred maiden special weight with that lovely purse of $38,000 on the line. Horses are down into the paddock, or at least entering the paddock. Let's take a closer look. Horse right in front of there for a lot of people, myself included, the 9-5 favorite, and that is Carazest for trainer Scott Becker and his longtime partner, Charles Ritter, owners and breeders of his 3-year-old daughter, you guessed it, of Galib. Has had 2 races under the belt, both of them second place finish. Last time out was the second choice in the wagering. Boxed in a weighted room at the first race, comes back in, bumped at the break, gets beat ahead for the whole thing in the slop. So it's one of those kind of things. By the way, remember when I said that it probably wouldn't be a fast track? Yeah, I lied. Fast track today, so it'll be interesting to see how this horse adjusts. I'm just hoping for a clean trip. Get out of the gate. That's all I'm hoping for. Get out of the gate. Leading rider Alexander Bendesu gets the call. Breeding says this is no problem. It is the first time stretching out. I will not be surprised if this horse is on the lead. I will also not be surprised if the horse clears. Now, there's a couple other horses that have some speed. Union Roar, the 6, who I've got second also. But I think they're going to be the speed of the speed. Looks good. Getting a little hose off like it was over the weekend. I mean, we had everything. We had rain, we had heat, we had humidity, anything you could imagine. And I thought everybody did a really nice job hosing off the horses. Everybody seemed to come back perfect. And that's what we want to see on a day like this. Those ears are forward. I like what I'm seeing coming over with the blinkers, but this is the third start. So for me, that's not really a concern. Let's put our attention over to the 6 horse. Was the first to come here and was here earlier. I have a feeling it's a horse that trainer Terry Young wants to just get over here before everybody starts getting a little crazy. Union Roar, as I mentioned, this one's got some speed too, showed it first time. That is the advantage, stretching out, and was second best that day. It'll be interesting to see if they decide they have to have the lead with this 3-year-old daughter of Union Rag. She was a January baby, so she's a little bigger than the rest of them are concerned. I like what I'm seeing. Looks to be good. Nice and relaxed, hoping for a good effort. Turn our attention to the one just to the outside, Fancy Fleet. 10-1 on the line, 6-1 getting some play. I think that's more of a realistic line. They tried some speed last time out. They've had 2 times going 2 turns. Really the same result in both of them. They were beat 9 1/4 and 10 lengths respectively. Last time out, yeah, they went to the lead, but they had a horse on their throat latch the whole way around and just got tired. If it was me, I would probably say, let those 2 other go. Just sit right behind them and hopefully make one move, and that one move is good enough. 3-year-old's daughter of Cupid, who the grandsire, of course, is Tappet. It's a Candy Ride mare, bred right in here in the state of Illinois by the owner, Mr. Bob Austin. Rounding out the group, to the outside of them, is the 8 horse. I'm a Midnight Lady for Gabe Rutana. They're kind of hit and miss. They show effort, and then they kind of back out of it. They show effort, and they kind of back out of it. The best race they've ever done going 2 turns was back in August of last year. They got on the lead. They got an easy lead, and they unfortunately came up second best. I don't expect to see that. I think they're with the outside post. It's going to be a quick move to the first turn. Chances are they're probably just going to have to get a good position and hopefully make the most out of that situation. But it could be, you know, it's where there's a will, there's a way is probably the best way to put it. I'm wondering where that 8 is. There is the 8. I'm a Midnight Lady. Taking her time. Coming on over. She looks nice and relaxed. Rider for the race will be Javier Diego. Diego making the most of the opportunities. He only has 4 winners on the day, but unfortunately, like I said, he's making the most of the opportunities he's getting. So 3, 6, 7, 8. I'm singling in the pick 5. I'm going to go right with the 3-horse Cara Zest. If we're right, we're right. If we're wrong, we're looking for the pick 4. Horses are going to come out on the track momentarily. Good luck.
Track is listed as fast. We go to Illinois bred. Maiden specials. Fillies and mares going the 2-turn mile. No changes to the field of 8. It starts the 50 cent. Pick 5. Post time in 7 minutes. Wagering menu for race number 1. That 50-cent pick 5. You also have dollar rolling pick 3s. You have rolling daily doubles, superfecta, trifecta, exacta, win, place, and show. Post time again for race 1 is 5 minutes. Two-minute warning for the first. Looks like the field is approaching the starting gate for the opener. Get those wagers in as soon as possible. Final wagers for the first. They've reached the starting gate. 84 degrees, track is fast, cloudy all afternoon. Union Roar steps forward. Wearing jockey cam is the 7 Fancy Feet and Corey Orm. Three back. Heavily backed, Karazest. Good catch by the assistants, loading in your favorite Karazest. Almost took a tumble, many did. Jockey on board, Alexander Bendezu, a bit shaken. Another great Tuesday crowd. We thank you again for being in attendance. You have a big choice as far as sports go. Cardinals just started their first of 2 today against the Brewers, just 8 minutes down the road. Karazest not liking all of the patrons here. No offense. It's a dangerous gig to load in an 1,100-pound filly coming in. Looks like the gate is closed on the 3. Two back, Keo Sister and I'm a Midnight Lady. Yes. Illinois bred fillies and mares, maiden specials, ready. And they're off. Very slow into stride was Fancy Feet. Out very well is Red Dover to show the front. Keo Sister is plastered up there and going for the rail. Karazest, last one to load, is still wandering about, looking anxious, and really rank around that turn. Here's your front runner, Red Dover, who's still second. On the front, Keo Sister, Red Dover, and it's Karazest in third. Back and forth, about 5.5 from the front runners, is Union Roar, backing out just right now by the 6 furlong pole is I'm a Midnight Lady, who is back in 5th. Next we have, on the outside moving up is I'm a Midnight Lady. Along the rail, this Lauren's War, who gains up ever so slightly, and the dawdler away from the gate is last down the backstretch. That's Fancy Feet. A very sprinting-like opening quarter for this track, 24 1/5 of a second. Half mile, 48 1. For Keo Sister and the Bug Girl, Johanna Sarangarin around turn number 2 in good shape, a length and a quarter from Red Dover in second. Union Roar is third. On the move along the fence is your favorite Carazest, who's beat to the punch. Wider, I'm a Midnight Lady. And here comes Carazest, making her own move right between rivals. One to watch late is Lauren's War. The others are just too far back. Fancy Feet has about 10 lengths to make up. Past the half-mile pole and into the stretch run, it's Keo Sister trying to take them go to woe. Keo Sister on the board at 19 to 1. Here comes I'm a Midnight Lady. They're not catching. Lauren's War is gaining along the fence. Lauren's War in tight late. It's going to go to Keo Sister, but that will be something the stewards look at with Lauren's War sneaking through a photo for third and fourth. Hold all tickets. Stewards immediately hung the inquiry sign in the stretch run. You'll be able to see what they're looking at. The 4 and the 2 in deep stretch. Again, Stewards inquiry involving the deep stretch run. 4 and 2. You'll be able to watch the head-on view, as the stewards will as well. Also, riders claim a foul. 2 versus 4. Four 19 to 1, 2 12 to 1. Still under steward's orders here. Immediate steward's inquiry posted 2 and 4, and riders claim a foul 2 versus 4. For those of you new to Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, after looking at the videotape, there will be a disqualification in race number 1. Interference, deep stretch, flip-flop the winning order, 2, 4, 6, and 3 from 4, 2, 6, and 3. New winner is the 2 Lauren's War. Runner-up for interference in the deep stretch, that's Keo's sister, will be placed second, 2, 4, 6, and 3, the new running order. Moving into the winner's enclosure, winner of the opener, number 2, Lauren's War, and jockey Victor Lara. Owned and trained by John Rednauer Jr. 5-year-old daughter of war correspondent out of the English Channel mare, Kara's Channel, bred in Illinois by John Rednauer Jr. Congrats to J.R. Jr. Via Steward's Inquiry number 2, Lauren's War, at 12-1. The 4, Keo's Sister, second. The 6, Union Roar, third. Here are your prices: $26.60, $14.40, $4.80 across on the 2. The 4, $18.80 and $6.80 for place and show. And the 6, Union Roar, $2.40 to show. The exacta $157.80, trifecta $279.80, 10-cent superfecta $116.34. Thanks again to our groom of the week from the Gene Sandrowski barn, Pedro Galvez in the winner's circle. Ms. Brown, Mr. Watkins, and a host of others.
13 minutes to post for race number 2, trying to pull apart what we saw in the first race. I think the Stewarts absolutely got their job done, and they got it right. You can't right-hand stick that close and the horse comes over. They're going to take you down every single time. As far as the 3-horse Carazest, not the effort a lot of us were hoping for, but I can tell you, when you have that much trouble going into the starting gate over and over again, that was about a 5-minute delay. Unfortunately, she was just moving all of her energy out of the race and putting it right in that situation. So she'll live to fight another day, and hopefully a much better effort than what we saw there. Let's get to the second race. 5.5 furlongs, 10,000 non-winners of 3 lifetime. There is a $1 pick 3, and there's also start of a $1 pick 4. So let's get down to the paddock and take a closer look. Board is kind of spread out around the whole area, so it'll be interesting to see how this actually develops. I'm going to go with the 2, El Peligro, for the Dennis Higgins barn, formerly of the Jimmy Watkins barn last year. So I'm not sure what happened there. It might have been a private purchase. I can't tell you one way or the other. This horse gave up a 3-length lead back in October, and that for me is not a good sign. But they've had some time off. They've had chances to work. The works don't fall off the page, but I don't know enough about Dennis Higgins to make a decision one way or the other. Ademir Santos climbs aboard for the very first time. 3-1, ears forward. Horse looks good. Definitely looks like a sprinter. Built like a bullet. And has got the speed. I believe in this race, if they want to be, could be the speed of the speed. However, the 5 Chi-Town Prince, who I think is getting some play right now, is one who will probably be the one that either they will take the lead or they'll be right on their flanks. So this might be a tough haul for both horses. Move our attention to the 3-horse Red Speedo. Given plenty of opportunities for this one. Harry Lynch, as I mentioned, is having a very decent season so far. He is in the top 5 of the trainer stabbings right now. Way to go, Henry. Didn't show much. Kind of a flat race last time out against non-winners of 3 for 15. Monetarily, is it moving down in class? Yes. However, this is what I call condition book play. Trainer will go to the owners and say, just point blank, hey, guess what? The 15 didn't show up in the book this round. There's a 10 non-winners of 3. So we can either not run in it and wait another 3 weeks to run, or we can go in this race. And I think that is the case with a lot of the horses here in this race. So Red Speedo does have 2 wins from 6 lifetime starts at the distance. The Brisnet Speed Index number puts him definitely right there in the hunt. Julio Felix gets the call. Probably be sitting off of whoever goes to the lead. I don't think they're going to be on the lead, but I think they're going to be very, very close to whoever is. We mentioned the 5 Chi-Town Prince. This is another one that's got some speed. Was last seen over at Hawthorne in a conditional 15. Made the lead quite easy and got caught by a nose. Johannes Arengaren, a lot of times these apprentices get taken down for an infraction. They come back in the next race and they're loaded for bear. And you can see, I believe that's her right there. And she's probably not happy about what happened, but again, I think the Stewarts made the right call in the first. 6 horses Quality Storm. Manny Giles gets the call for Jose Rodriguez. Rodriguez looking for his first winner here at the meet. This horse, again, same thing. Not only were they in for a 5,000 non-winners of 3, but they had a 2-length lead. They gave it up and got beat by 2. I never like to see that in deep stretch. So they got to prove to me that they can come back. The last win for this horse was over the summer in 2025 over at Hawthorne. So we'll see how it plays out as far as the situation is concerned. So 2, 3, 5, 6 is how I'm seeing this one. 5.5 furlongs the distance, 10,000, non-winners of 3 lifetime. Again, $1 pick 3 and the start of a $1 pick 4. However, those of you still alive in your pick 5, you are off to a flying start. So all I can say is good luck.
8 minutes until the second race. $10,000 the claiming price. Non-winners of 3 races in their life. Sprinting 5 1/2 furlongs, there are no changes to the race 2 program. And join us on our YouTube channel. It's new this year. Well, get the YouTube app. I'm sure you have it. Type in Fairmount Park Racing, and then you'll hit the live icon, and you'll be right there, live and direct. Field of 8 to head to the gate. You have 6 minutes for all wagers. The menu, rolling daily doubles, rolling pick threes. The start of the dollar early edition of the pick 4. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, supers as well. This is a courtesy mic check. Mic check. Skylane number 1, El Peligro number 2. Red Speedo, gonna pick Dominic, Chi-Town Prince, Quality Storm, Cravensworth, and Awesome Drew. Just about 3 minutes until the second. Horses are headed towards the starting gate. 1 minute. Final wagers for the second. They've reached the starting gate. Moving in Sky Lane and Chi-Town Prince. Quality Storm, El Peligro. Outside the late running Cravensworth. Red Speedo. Look like two back, gonna pick Dominic and Awesome Drew. Look to be right in the gate. Flag is up, and they're off. Slow to go, Red Speedo, and gonna pick Dominic. Out last and next to last. Out very well is Chi-Town Prince. Out to a length over Cravensworth, who's playing early today. Inside is El Peligro. Stacked up on the far outside in the green is Quality Storm. Cravensworth is really dispersed. And moving on through is Awesome Drew. Up in that pack of three, moves up to the joint placement in second. Right behind the leader, Chi-Town Prince. Awesome Drew is second. Third around the turn is El Peligro. Running as a team, Cravensworth and Quality Storm. Next comes Gonna Pick Dominic, and the two dawdlers pass the quarter pole on the inside Sky Lane, picking them up late. Chi-Town Prince has to do a heck of a lot better. Chi-Town Prince is on the front, but gonna have to fend off El Peligro, who takes over the front. They rub each other right by the 220. It's El Peligro getting in front of Chi-Town Prince, who shifts out. Back in third is Quality Storm, and oncoming is Sky Lane. But in deep stretch, it's El Peligro to score by 3.5. Chi-Town Prince was second. Then it was Quality Storm, and either for fourth, Sky Lane, or on that one's outside was Red Speedo. Skyley at 13-1 completes the superfecta. 2:56.1. It's the quickest 5.5 furlong time we've had this year. 1:04 3/5 of a second. 1:04.77. Into the winner's enclosure, winner of today's second race, number 2, El Peligro, and jockey Adamar Santos. Owned by Tom Basler, trained by Dennis Higgins. El Peligro is a 5-year-old gelded son of World of Trouble out of the Henry the Navigator mare, Sympathy. Bred in Kentucky by Columbiana Farm LLC. All 8 ran the exacta 1540. 50-cent trifecta, $39.90. The early double, 2 with 2, $75.60. The 10-cent superfecta gets you back $26.51. Third race, our next offering at the 1 mile, 70-yard distance. $5,000 fillies and mares, non-winners of 2. Ricardo Jaime to ride number 2, Trinity 3-1. The bells ringing signify donations being made to Thoroughbred Aftercare. Third race, Mama's on the Hill, Part 1, coming up in 19 minutes.
15 minutes to post for race number 3 coming up. Another mile and 70-yard event for 5,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime. Welcome back, everybody. Hey, congratulations out to Dennis Higgins with the 2 El Peligro. I did not expect we were going to get 5-1 on that one, but you know what? We will take it. For those of you who are still alive in that pick 5, man, pretty darn cool. Now it looks like it's really going to pay. You never know, man, with that first race, it might be paying out to 4. We had that happen over the weekend, so we can still be hopeful, can't we? Unless you have them already, and then you're saying, nope, I want it all. Let's get to this third race. As I mentioned, another $1 pick 3 being offered here. Horses are approaching into the paddock. Let's take a closer look at the runners. Current even money favorite in front of us here. I got this one on top. That is the 4-horse Win with Color. 3 to 5 on the morning line. Thought was a little low, but currently at even money. Could change. Getting a little spritzing, as it were. This is a 5-year-old Galib. You guessed it. Owned and bred by Mr. Ritter and Mr. Becker. Never gone the distance of a mile and 70 yards. They tried a mile for the first time last time out. Did not break well at all. Had to rush up and was second best that day. Well clear of the 3rd horse in a field of 8. So I think is the horse to beat. Speed-wise, doesn't have any. Might be a little closer this time out, but we have to kind of approach it that they're not quite there. The horse on the rail, I think, is the speed. I'm just not sure they can go the whole route of ground. Move our attention over to the 3, Risky Spirit. This is the other Becker Ritter trainee. This one they didn't breed. Gave $7,000 for it at the OBS Winter in 2023. Has not won a race since at least 2024. Form seems a little off at this point. Ran a mile here on that June 16th race. And like I said, it wasn't good, it wasn't bad. It just kind of one-paced. Beaten 7.5 for the whole thing. 7 3/4 actually. Could be an interesting spot for him, but it's a little bit of a stretch. Go to the 5, Redheaded Stranger for Amy Nesbitt. If it was an off track, I'd be getting excited. The grandsire, or I should say the sire of the dam, is Malibu Moon. I've mentioned my thoughts on that. I think Malibu Moons are mud-loving freaks, but we've got ourselves a fast track today. There is Amy Nesbitt right there. Amy looking for her 3rd winner here at the meet. They're all kind of in that same position. On June 16th in that 4th race, they all tried the mile. This one just did not have any kind of an interest all the way around. Gets another new rider. Angel Stanley's going to get aboard. He's still having a very strong meet here. He's kind of cooled down a little bit as he was, first couple of weeks, he was winning in bunches. But he's still right there. Very respectable, hitting at 15%, looking for his 15th winner of the meet. This is another one, going to be kind of that mid-pack horse. It's going to all depend on how the race sets itself up. That's all I can say, because right now you got one horse who doesn't seem they can finish, but if they're out on an uncontested lead, that might be all they need. Ida Spagnola is the owner-trainer of Joyzella, the 8-horse. 0 for 9 at the distance, 3 seconds. Brisnet numbers, they're actually one of the better ones at the distance. But I just haven't seen any form that suggests that this horse is ready for a big race. So it's just, like I said, it's kind of tricky. In my now defunct ticket, I was going to use the 3 and the 4 as far as the pick 3 is concerned. Pick 5 is concerned. However, I'm going to put the 4 on top and I'm going to stay with it. 4, 3, 5, 8 is how I see the race. Win with Color. Hopefully, the second time out with a clean trip could be the win. Good luck.
Our third race, Mama's on the Hill. It's written for Ricardo Jaime to ride number 2, Trinity 3 in 1. Field of 8 to start at the mile 70-yard starting gate position. These are fillies and mares 3 years of age and up that have never won 2 races. $5,000 the claiming price, post time 8 minutes. Still have 3 minutes. Next live racing card will be this coming Saturday at 1:30, the first of 8 races. Hope you can join us then. Should be a very similar day to what we have now. They're all pretty much going to mirror one another from here on out. Third race field should be headed to the gate in the next minute. Number 2, Trinity 3 and 1 behind the gate. Saddle adjustment. Field headed to the starting gate. Final chance to wager on the third. Loading in first, Red-Headed Stranger. The rest have reached the starting gate for the filly and mare third. Moving up, Diva Las Vegas. Chant Nation. Trinity 3 in 1. Jack's Yellow Rose. Risky Spirit. Win with Color. Outside to Joy Zella. They're in the gate. And they're off. Perfect Dispatch. Win with Color once part of the lead. Here comes Red-Headed Stranger, and on the rail, Diva Las Vegas goes forward. Next and third around turn number 1's going to be Chant Nation. Top 3 separated by only a length and a half. Back in fourth and fifth, Trinity 3 and 1 is passed by Win with Color. Next comes Joy Zella on the top side of Jack's Yellow Rose, and relegated last is Risky Spirit by about 12 lengths off the front. Diva Las Vegas on the board at 8-1, out by a length and a half. From Chant Nation, who's covering up Redheaded Stranger in third. A Chasm back two. Win with Color has company on the outside, and that of Joy Zella. Next, after a break of 2.5, the oncoming Trinity 3-1 runs as a team with Risky Spirit, and Jack's Yellow Rose is now a wide last with less than a half mile to negotiate. Diva Las Vegas to guide them towards the 3/8 marker. Inside is Red-Headed Stranger bypassing Chant Nation in third. Under a drive in fourth is Trinity 3-1. Win with Color still a thorn on that one side. Moving up from far back is Risky Spirit and Jack's Yellow Rose, and now out of it is Joy Zella. That's all of them as they straighten away here in the third. A very weary Diva Las Vegas still clinging to the front. Red-Headed Stranger alongside Chance has gone to the lead. Red-Headed Stranger out by half a length. Bidding a fondue is Chant Nation. Here comes Trinity 3-1, but it's Red-Headed Stranger to win at 9-1. Photo second, Diva Las Vegas, or Trinity 3-1. It looked like Chant Nation fourth. Nine to 1, over 9-1, over 8-1, over 10-1. It's part one of two for our group in the winner's circle. Mama's on the Hill. Woo! Our disc jockey underneath the grandstand's going to have to break out some Willie Nelson for this one, because here she comes. Number 5, Red-Headed Stranger, and jockey Angel Stanley. Owned by Gene France, trained by Amy Nesbitt. Red-Headed Stranger is a 5-year-old daughter of Get Stormy out of the Malibu Moon Mare Total Eclipse, bred in Kentucky by McLean, and McLean Jr. Again, thanks to our group in the winner's circle from Mama's on the Hill. All 8 ran in today's third race. Congratulations to the winning connections. Upcoming fourth race, scratch the 5, 2-step Jake. Race 3 is now official. $22.20, $11.20, and $7.80 across the board. The pick 3, keep in mind, the early pick 3 paid 2 of 3 for $55.80 on a dollar. Exacta $160. Trifecta 50 cent, $471.20. Daily double for races 2 and 3, $68. 10 cent superfecta over $970. 10-cent superfecta, $936.98. Fourth race coming up next in 20 minutes. The running time for a mile 70 yards in our third, a minute 47 and 50/100ths of a second. More donations being made to Thoroughbred Aftercare.
14 minutes to post, race number 4. Welcome back, everybody. 5,000 non-winners of one in a year coming up here to kick off another $1 pick 3. Well, so far, kind of echoing what Keith Nelson was saying, we've had 3 races, all 3 of them price horses, and there's a lot of 2 out of 3 in the pick 3s. I think this is definitely a race that we have to consider. Is there another price in this one, or are we going to go with the favorite? I'm going to take a shot with the price here. What can I tell you, man? It's one of those kind of days. I knew the percentage because the percentage of favorites was over 40%. And if you look around the country year in and year out, it never is any higher than between 30 and 35%. That's just the norm. That's just how it is. So I had a feeling it was going to start moving up. I didn't realize 2 days in a row we were going to see this. But for you price players, this is the opportunity. Let's go take a look at the runners down the paddock. I'm going to take a shot against the favorite here. And it's the horse right in front of you. I see Keith and I are kind of on the same page, pretty much, as far as the first couple are concerned. But I'm going to put the 6 actually on top, and that is Kozan's Valentine. 7-2 on the line for Clay Lau. You got to basically go to what was taking place last year. The first few races, that starter on May 2nd wasn't bad. Then just threw in 2 races that were not good. Clay decides not even going to waste any time, puts this horse into a 5,000 non-winners of one in a year. I think it makes a lot of sense. This is a 9-year-old gelding, a son of Kozan. The sire of the dam is Tisnow. Well, you know my thoughts on Tisnow. Could race on flaming glass. It wouldn't matter. So I like what I'm seeing here. This horse likes to win races too. 8 for 33 at the distance of 6 furlongs. And probably the top number, I do believe, yes, top Brisnet Speed Index number in the group. I think the horse makes a tremendous amount of sense in this race. I also have a feeling we are not going to be 7-2 by the time they get to the gates. Something tells me they're going to get hit, and they're going to get hit substantially. Because what's going on right now is you've got Idea Man. Ralph Martinez sending out. His son Brody will be riding this one, a 9-year-old strong mandate. Not taking anything away from the horse. The horse definitely has numbers. 6 for 27 with 4 seconds and 5/3 at the distance of 6 furlongs. That means that basically 15 of 27 have hit the board. The horse does make sense. However, I tend to say Brody's got a lot of fans, and they might be betting real early on this one. And if that's the case, probably going to be coming back up. 15-1 on the line, 5-2. Now the one-horse Junior Bug is getting the play, and that's the horse that I've got in second. Junior Bug for Ralph Martinez, another one. Good, steady fourth last time out. Made a move and then got a little tired. Was off slowly, so that was over at Belterra in Ohio. Hopefully, a better effort gets this horse the winner's circle. Alexander Bendesu climbs aboard. He was aboard for the previous 4 races. So at this stage of his career, Bendesu can ride whatever he wants here, and I think he decided, you know what, there's still stuff here for this horse. So the numbers are going back and forth. But I kind of like what I'm seeing. He's a 9-year-old Tapiture, 7 for 54 lifetime, 1 win in 2025, but of course that is the condition. So got to give him a strong look. Move our attention to the 4 Seminole Beach for Anthony Blau, or Anthony Bleo. I'm sorry. One of those days. My apologies, Anthony. 8-year-old gelding son of Co Sapper, who is a 4 for 18 at the distance. 13 of 18 hitting the board. Number definitely shakes out. Hasn't been seen, though, since August 23rd of last year. Barn hits at about 11%, but it's not a big enough number to know one way or the other. There's Anthony, getting some final adjustments for bringing the horse out. He's handing the reins over to Corey Orm. As I mentioned, Orm's having a very good year. He's hitting at 14%. For jocks, that is exceptional. Good for him. Coming off the layoff, this horse might be a little fresher. I kind of see him as a second, third tier early in the race. But to be fair, nobody in this race has any real speed. So it will be kind of interesting to see who goes. If I had to guess, I would say Santino Fantasy, the 2 and the 3 Cog will be the most likely to come up. Rounding out the 4, let's talk about Santino Fantasy. Owned and trained by former jockey Mark Anderson. Anderson's still looking for his first winner here at the meet. And as you can see there, that was Harold Ortega. They claimed this one off of Ralph Martinez last time out on June 20th for $4,000. Horse gets checks. 3 for 25 at the distance, 6 for 45 lifetime. 0 for 5 this year, though. One of the wins took place right here at Fairmount Park, but that was a while ago. So as far as an exotic standpoint is concerned, maybe. Tough for me to put this horse on top, but I wish them all the luck in the world. So 6142 is how I'm going to see this one. Taking a little bit of a shot with the price. 7-2 Kozan's Valentine. Hopefully to get the money here for Clay. Clay, I wish you all the best. I wish everybody the best. Good luck.
Hey there. In race number 4, $5,000, the claiming price on the 7 horses remaining. All of these have one thing in common. They have not won a race yet in 2026. That's the condition, and they have to be up for sale for $5,000. These are 3-year-olds and up. Scratch number 5, 2-Step Jake. Post time in just 8 minutes. They sprint 3/4 of a mile. This is your 2-minute warning. Fourth race field is headed towards the starting gate. 1 minute. Awaiting the rest of the field patiently in stall 6, Kozan's Valentine. Final wagers. Seminole Beach, first start in quite a while. Junior Bug is in. There's Brody on Idea Man. Cog is headed in with Somnus. They're in the gate. The flag is up. And they're off. Tough beginning for Cog. Out very well from the outside stall is Somnus to get clear of Kozan's Valentine, who'll be second. Looking to scrunch in is Idea Man in third in a very good spot. Cog is gaining up between rivals. Dropping off the pace is a long time start between this and 2 years ago for Seminole Beach, who's passed by Junior Bug and the Gray Santino's Fantasy, trails by 8.5 lengths. Somnus has the front. Here comes Cog, who's gaining. So is Idea Man, 3 wide. On the rail is Kozan's Valentine. 4 of them line up. Junior Bug is now in 5th and gaining up ever so slightly. On the front where the action is, it's Kozan's Valentine and Idea Man dueling together. Towards the top of the lane they go. Under right-hand urging is Somnus. On the front is Kozan's Valentine. Here comes Idea Man, not done yet. From far back is Junior Bug down the center of the course. In the final 110 yards, no one's going to catch Kozan's Valentine. Our first favorite to win in over a day and a half. A 5-length score, Junior Bug second, Idea Man, and then maybe Seminole Beach or Cog. Six, 1, 7, 4. Race 4 now official, stepping forward into the winner's enclosure. Winner of the 4th race, number 6, Kozan's Valentine, and jockey Javier Tavares. Owned by Martin Rios, trained by Clay Locks. Kozan's Valentine's a 9-year-old gelded son of Kozan, out of the Tiz Now mare, Tiz a Valentine, bred in Florida by Andrew Fernung. The winning time, 1:12 and 1/5 of a second, 1:12.17. 462.80, 220. Pick 3 for races 2, 3, and 4, $434.40. The exacta, 6 with 1, $5.70. Trifecta, $10.95. Race 3 and 4, 5, and 6 double, $33 even. Again, the dollar pick 3 for races 2, 3, and 4, $434.40. Moving along, race number 5. 6 furlongs the distance. Non-winners since 2025 to thus far in 2026. 3-year-olds and up. Sprinting 6 furlongs, $4,000 the claiming price. No changes to race number 5. Post time 19 minutes from now.
15 minutes to post for race number 5. Start of the late pick 4 for $1, and of course the $1 pick 3. Welcome back, everybody. 6 furlongs the distance. These are $4,000 conditionals who have not won a race in 2025 or 2026. So could be a wide open group. However, I tend to say I think that this thing is going to be 3 to 5 or nothing. And right now it's 2 to 1. If you like the one horse, Swaggy George. Let's get down and take a closer look. As far as Swaggy George is concerned, I do believe is the top horse in the race. However, this is a horse who has run not 1, not 2, but 3 second-place finishes in similar conditions in the last 3 races. So that's always a concern. But it could just be the fact that today is their day. The barn is hitting at about 15%, so they're getting the job done. This horse, though, 3 for 30 in the winner's circle at this distance. However, knocking on the door, 5 seconds, 7/3. The Brisnet Speed Index number, if you do subscribe to it, you know I do, kind of towers over this group. So I can understand why the horse got the morning line of 3 to 5. I think the horse makes the most sense. Looks good. Ears going back and forth. I think all indications are today is the day for this one. And Angel Stanley looking for back-to-back winners on today's card. Move our attention over to the 4 horse, African Warrior. Jessica Jelinski sends out. Hasn't been able to finish, but definitely has speed. And I think in this race, they might be uncontested unless somebody just completely changes their style. There's nobody in this race that seems to want the lead other than them. So if Ademir Santos can get this horse to relax, he was aboard last time out. So I used to say, old Hall of Famers Mike Smith and Chris McCarron always said, after the first time or when they were riding for the first time, they said, if we can't win, let's at least learn something. And if he did learn something, this is an interesting horse. Now, the downside is 1 for 38 at the distance. Has not won a race since 2024 at least. 0 for 11. So there's a lot of things going against this one. But a possible theft makes this horse interesting. Move your attention over to the 8 horse, Orbital Star. John Weiss, the owner and trainer, decent second, 2 back, but that was back in June of last year. A 2 for 21 with 5 seconds, 2/3 of the distance. The numbers are okay. 7-year-old gelded son of Orb, whose grandsire was Malibu Moon. This is an Arkansas bred who's been spending a lot of time here at Fairmount Park. Which is interesting because if you look at the charts, it'll say they've only been there twice, which is not true because for a number of years going back to 23, we were known as FanDuel. And back, of course, to Fairmount Park. So this horse has had a significant amount of races over this oval and has done well. Not a lot of winners, but has done well. Rounding out the top 4 for yours truly, the 3 horse, Shady McGee for Rhonda Thurman. Used to be in the Eduardo Rodriguez barn. Last seen October 25th of last year. It was not good. It was just around the turn. Nothing exciting. Just one pace the whole way around. Never really made up any ground. Second time in for Rhonda Thurman. Put in a June 23rd, 102-4. Not particularly fast. And on June 10th, a 49-3. Was okay for this level. But we'll see. Javier Diego gets the calls. I mentioned making the most of the opportunities he's getting. Looking for his 5th winner here at the current meeting. So, 1-4-8-3. I got to admit, for the late pick 4, I almost singled. But I'm going to take the 1 Swaggy George and the 4 African Warrior on top. African Warrior with a possible theft. But I think we all know it's Swaggy George's race if they want it. Horse is just about ready to come out on the track. Good luck, everybody.
Three-year-olds and up that have not won a race from 2025 to thus far in 2026. Field of 8 sprinting 6 furlongs for a $4,000 claiming price. Time to play the dollar. Late, pick 4, starting with race 5, post time in 7 minutes. In the late pick four sequence, please note, starting with race number 6, number 1 to be ridden by Cesar Diaz. Diaz on number 1, Savannah Marie in race 6. 7th race, make the jockey on the 3, Wampus Kitten, Luis Colon. Scratch number 9, Golly Posse from the 7th. 8th and last, scratch number 4, Maya's Warrior, and the 6, Beer Goggles. In the 8th and last race, number 2, Last Candy, is 2 pounds over. In the 8th race, number 2, Last Candy, +2. You have 1 minute. The field is approaching the starting gate. Loading in for the fifth. Swaggy George, Scrappy Patch are in. Highly Perfect. Shady McGee. Warning label already in, just a couple left. Orbital Star and African Warrior. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very good dispatch for Highly Perfect. Got the jump. There goes African Warrior to contest and go by. Up into second is Warning Label. Third along the fence is Swaggy George, who goes from fourth to the lead in about a 16th of a mile. So it's Swaggy George on the board at 2 to 5. Warning Label is second. Tracking that top pair is African Warrior. Even deeper up the track is Highly Perfect, fourth. Fifth and on the move is Orbital Star. Running back in sixth is Cariel. Cariel has two of them beaten. Far, far back there, nothing from Scrappy Patch. And way back there, nothing from Shady McGee. On the front, it's Swaggy George by half a length. African Warrior closing in. It's under a drive for Highly Perfect third. Waiting for an opening is Orbital Star. Gaining up a bit is Warning Label. They're through with the turn into the straightaway. Swaggy George trying to keep it together. Along the inside rail is Orbital Star. Orbital Star gaining at double-digit odds. Swaggy George still there. Orbital Star got it. Swaggy George second. Then it was Highly Perfect and African Warrior. So far today from race 1, 12 to 1, 5 to 1, 9 to 1, 6 to 5 favorite in the fourth, and now 10 to 1 winning the fifth. Entering the winner's enclosure, winner of today's fifth race, number 8, Orbital Star Junkie, Rainier Arietta. Owned and trained by John Weezy. Orbital Star is a 7-year-old gelded son of Derby winner Orb. Out of the Archmare, Salina, bred in Arkansas by John Starr. The winning time, 1:12 flat. 1:12 and 4/100ths of a second. All 8 ran in race number 5. Race 5 now official. The upcoming 6th race, Cesar Diaz to ride number 1. That's your lone change for the field of 7. It's a $10,000 starter, optional claiming race. The pick 5 paid 4 of 5. The early pick 4 paid 3 of 4 for $96.70. The exacta $32.20. Trifecta $44.15. The pick 5, 4 of 5, $952.25. More bell ringing to support Thoroughbred Aftercare. Again, the pick 4, early, 3 of 4, $96.70. Mid-card double for races 4 and 5, 6 with 8 gets you back almost $60. And the pick 5, 4 of 5, $952. 10-cent superfecta, $21.88. 6th race coming up in 20 minutes. We did have a claim in race number 5 for $4,000. The runner-up, number 1, Swaggy George, was claimed by new owner and trainer Mark Anderson.
The prices are a-flowing today over at Fairmount Park. Probably should have gone with 3 in the pick 4. We would have been alive, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. Welcome back, everybody. 6th race on the card coming up. Final pick 3 of the afternoon. Yes, we did play a pick 3. We'll get to that in just a little bit. Optional claiming $15,000. It's open company, so the purse only $20,000 plus an additional $2,700 for Illinois registered owners. So if you are an Illinois bred, there's a little extra something there for you. Horses getting ready to get saddled up, so let's take a closer look at the runners. Horse right in front of you looks to be a top selection for yours truly. Right now, a decent price at 7-2, and that's the 3 Crushed Ice for Scotty Becker. Horse was a fairly popular claimer from the fall of 25 through April of 26. Claimed off of Steve Asmussen last time out. He was the owner also and the trainer of this one. It was taken by Scotty Becker for the Ritter-Becker tandem. 6-year-old daughter of Connect, whose grandsire was Curlin. The Factor, the dam of, or rather the sire of the dam, Starlit Storm. Factor was a very fast horse. And this horse seems to have a little bit of speed. Hasn't quite lived up to the expectations. But at a mile, I think it probably makes a lot more sense. This horse was at Hawthorne on June 14th and showed a lot of grit and fight to get the win in the final strides. Alexander Bendesu gets the call. I like the horse today at 7-2, and I get it if you like it too. Move our attention to the 4, Two Hearted for Gene Sandrowski. Again, Gene's groom was the recipient of the Groom of the Week. And again, a congratulations out to Pedro Galvez of the Gene Sandrowski barn. Two Hearted is a 5-year-old Heart to Heart, whose grandsire was English Channel. Rock Hard 10 Dam, welcome aboard. Rock Hard 10, among other things, was winner of the Malibu at Santa Anita. I would think you'd try the grass on this one. They did it 4 times and got to the winner's circle once, and I guess that experiment went away. It's probably more of a case of what you have available to you. And someday, and I feel positive about that, in the future, grass racing at Fairmount. I'm hoping. I think we'll really open up the floodgates for a lot of horses to be coming into town. We're up and moving here. We're just getting started. Horse is kind of a second tier type of horse. Showed some guts and blew their doors off on June 11th, but that was also on a sloppy track. So we'll see if that plays out again. I thought it was definitely a horse you have to include. Rounding out that top 3, Savannah Marie for the Daniel Leitch stables. Second time in. Cesar Rantes scheduled to ride, but Cesar Diaz comes aboard. Diaz has been aboard for the last 2 and has ridden well on both of them. I would have thought was probably a winner last time out, but the horse bore out at the quarter pole and still was 3rd back on June 13th. Another one that needs a little help up front. Got some early speed, but not enough. I think they're going to need more than that if they're going to be on the lead. Rounding out the top 4 is B Bluff. Horse on a 2-race win streak, the 19th and 20th, Angel Stanley aboard. 4-year-old son of Daredevil, 0 for 2 with a 2nd at the distance. The numbers say the horse makes sense. Obviously, he's been racing well at the distance, but they're going back to a mile. And although they did show some decent racing, that was also in the Dan Ward barn, April 21st, at Will Rogers Downs. So Not sure. Not sure what you do here. By the way, Dan Ward, now the assistant trainer who is handling the Kentucky string for the Hall of Famer Bob Baffert. That kind of gives you an idea where they're at. Good luck to Dan Ward. Very good man and a tremendous horseman. So, 3147 order of finish, or at least I should say selections. 1 mile, these are optional claiming 15,000 group. This also kicks off the final $1 pick three of the afternoon. Good luck.
All right, first up we have Fast and Happy, daughter of Run Happy, out there on the course. And this is a 1 mile jaunt around 2 turns, $15,000 starter optional claiming race for fillies and mares 3 years of age and up that have started for a claiming price of $10,000 or less from back in 2024 to thus far in 2026, or in for the $15,000 optional claiming tag. Number 1, ridden by Cesar Diaz. Dollar late pick threes, daily doubles, trifectas, superfecta, win, play, show, wagering, 7 minutes. Sixth race coming up in 6 minutes. Good job, Diane. Three minutes. The field is approaching the starting gate. You still have 1 minute. The field has reached the starting gate for the 6th. Savannah Marie is up. Two Hearted. Izzy Monster, Dessert First. Crushed Ice, Fast and Happy. B Bluff will be the last one in. Fillies and Mares to go a mile. They're in the gate. And they're off. Quickly now goes Dessert First to the front. Fast and Happy going to go forward as well. And then B Bluff tracking that one down the center of the course, and that means about 7 off the inside fence. Very hard to hold is Fast and Happy out to a 3-length lead from Crushed Ice, who's well conserved. They go by the 6.5 with B Bluff in connection third, just about 5 off the runaway leader. Next, back in fourth on the outside of the going is Dessert First after a good early track. It's Izzy Monster running back there in fifth. And then we have the trailers. The trailers are Two Hearted and Savannah Marie. About 12 lengths would capture all of them from front to back. We have dueling leaders now. Along the inside is Crushed Ice. Outside is She is Fast and Happy. On the outside, 3 deep, is B Bluff running in third. In close connection, fourth and fifth, Izzy Monster on the inside of Dessert First. They're all getting in closer order. Two Hearted and Savannah Marie are up closer now. They're rolling around turn number 2. Not much between Crushed Ice and B Bluff. They're right together. Izzy Monster is now tracking the front-running pair. Dropping out is Dessert First. Too much too soon. Here comes Savannah Marie trying to keep it together around the second turn. There's 330 yards to go. Not much between Crushed Ice and B Bluff. Down the inside is Two Hearted, who means business. And the crown of the course is Izzy Monster. Deep stretch, Crushed Ice, the favorite. Inside, Two Hearted. These two together, Crushed Ice to win by just a half a length. Two Hearted was second, then it was B Bluff third, and back into it late was Dessert First for fourth. Three, 4, 7, 5 in race 6. Race 6 is now official. Exacta $10.10, 50-cent trifecta $17.70. Race 5 and 6 daily double $46.10. Welcome back to the winner's enclosure. Winner of the 6th race, number 3, Crushed Ice and jockey Alexander Bendezu. Co-owned by Charles Ritter and Scott Becker. Scott Becker, the trainer. Crushed Ice, 6-year-old chestnut daughter of Connect. Out of the Factor mare, Starlet Storm, bred in Kentucky by David Shimon. The winning time, 1 mile, 1:40 and 10/100th of a second. 10-cent superfecta, $22.37. Pick 3, $105.10 for the race 4, 5, and 6 pick 3. All 7 ran in today's 6th race, our second favorite on the card. In the 7th race, Luis Colon to ride number 3, Wampus Kitten, scratched the 9 Golly Posse. Post time to start the late daily double is in 19 minutes.
14 minutes to post for race number 7. Welcome back, everybody. Late daily double time here, and a good day of racing here at Fairmount Park. Big scratch in this race. The 9-horse Gali Posse is out. Had to do a little readjusting here. Again, I wanted to mention that we have somebody doing something you don't see a lot of in racing, but it's happening today. The 1-horse Chasing Numbers, Ricardo Jaime, not only riding, but also the trainer. Horses down in the paddock. Let's take a closer look at the runners. Horse in front of you is a top selection for me with the scratch, and that is the 8-horse Steampunk. Steampunk, the current 5-2 favorite here for trainer Steve Manley. Apprentice Victor Lara gets the call. The horse coming off a little bit of a freshening from May while in the Danner Kelsey barn. Goes to Steve Manley for Yates and Yates. I say yay for the Yates group. This 5-year-old daughter of Tapiture, 3 for 5 hitting the board at the distance of 6 furlongs, one of which in the winner's circle. The numbers definitely add up if you're a Brisnet follower. Coming over after getting a little bit of a spritzing. This horse has got speed. The problem is this whole race has speed. So the only thing I could say is a positive turnaround is they draw the outside, which means they're in the control statistically. And I see Keith and I are both on the same one with that defection of the 9 Gali Posse. Bring our attention over to the 7-horse. That would be Betty Pack for James Watkins. Jimmy sends out one who's absolutely bred to do anything. This is a 5-year-old daughter of Tough Sunday. Grazen is the grandsire. Heat Seeker on the dam side. So like I said, this horse is bred to do anything. I'm surprised they haven't tried grass with this one, but has gone through California racing, which really surprised me they didn't go the grass there. While in the Steve Miotti barn, looks like it was a private purchase, went to Juan Pablo Silva, and now comes to James Watkins. Watkins off the layoff, 13%. First start with his barn, 32%. And as a shipper, this to note, 29% based on a sample of 174 to date. The horse was last seen going from Santa Anita in Southern California to Thistledown in Ohio. So it'll be interesting to see. They do have a couple of works in. They got a 36-1 in preparation here, which gives me the indication this horse should be up for a nice little occurrence. Looking at it right now, doesn't look bad, nice and relaxed, ears kind of twitching back and forth. Again, if you're new here watching on YouTube channel, we welcome you. But I always like to bring up whether or not their ears are pinned back, forward, twitching back and forth. When you see the twitching back and forth, that usually is an indication that the horse is very confident, very aware of what is going around her. She's a good looking horse, not a bad looking horse at all. Okay, let's get to the 1, Chasing Numbers. Here for Mary Lee Pinkerton. I mentioned in the preview show, congratulations out to longtime veteran Ricardo Jaime, who is now riding here a little bit more, which I'm glad to see. But more importantly, he got his trainer's license last week. He was okayed for it and immediately has picked up some horses. I don't know how many he's got in the barn, but between now and Saturday, I've counted about 4 or 5. So it sounds like his barn is already starting to pick things up. He has been aboard this horse 3 times. This is another one who came over from Southern California. Hard fought April 25th beat before coming in on May 16th in a turnaround and getting a hard fought win. Then they decided to take on winners for the first time in an optional 20 group, non-winners of 2, on June 13th. That's a tough one. Bumped at the break and just got a little leg weary. Got beat 2.5 for the whole thing. Was the betting favorite that day. In fact, this horse has been well met in all 3 races since coming back from Southern California. Now it's interesting, 20-1 on the morning line, 16-1 currently. I could see this horse winning. In fact, I have this horse as my long shot of the sequence. And did I include in my pick three? Absolutely. So we shall see how that one plays itself out. Rounding out the top four, with the big scratch, you got to throw in the five. A rose for Lila. Eddie Essen Price sends out an 8-year-old Major Majestic Harbor. Familiar with this one. And a Illini bred. 8 for 38 in the winner's circle, 12 seconds, 5/3. This is a horse who definitely you could include if you're looking for it. Raynar Arrieta, right there in the silks, had a winner already on today's card, looking for his second. This is a horse that's going to be hoping for a little early pace, and I do believe they are going to get it. So we'll see how it plays out when it's all said and done. Anyway, readjusting our selections, 8-7-1-5 is how I see it. We're going to play that 8-horse steampunk on top, but I got to tell you, chasing numbers, Ricardo Jaime, I am rooting for you, sir. Horse is getting ready to come out on the track. Good luck.
Race number 7 is a non-winners of a race other than allowance or a $10,000 optional claiming race. Fillies and mares sprint 6 furlongs. Luis Colon to ride number 3. Wampus Kitten scratch the 9. Golly Posse. Post time 7 minutes. See our live racing days, Tuesdays and Saturdays at 1:30 on YouTube. Fairmount Park Racing. Click on the live icon and there you go. You can watch the replays as well. They are endless. 7th race coming up in 6 minutes. Still have 3 minutes until the 7th race. 3 minutes. Coming up a week from today on the 14th of July, 1 mile and an eighth. That's qualifying round number 2 for the 2026 Iron Horse Distance Series. Race number 2 offers a purse of $18,000 for $5,000 starter allowance horses that have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less from 2024 to thus far in 2026. Ran our opening series race June 23rd at a mile and a 16th. So we're going back a mile and an eighth. Then on August 4th, a mile and a quarter, the Derby distance. And then our 4th qualifier, a mile and a half. And then a mile and 5/8, then a mile and 3/4, culminating in an October 27th long distance challenge of 2 miles and a 16th. Hope you can join us for that. We'll also have, courtesy of our friends at morningline.io, a sprint series that comes up starting on Tuesday, July 21st as well. All races going 6 furlongs, ranging from $25,000 per structure down to $35,000 in the final October 17th. Horses go for points. Trainers go for money as well when they enter horses in both of those series. The morningline.io sprint series is for $10,000 starter allowance sprinters. Horses are on their way to the starting gate for the running of the late daily double. Last chance betting for race number 7, loading in. Moving in, chasing numbers, and a Rose for Lila. A Rose for Lila likes to try and parallel park the first couple of times. She goes up. Next, Global Tour. My Sweet Analyze. Wampus Kitten. Betty Pack. 3 back. Peyton's Honor on the board at 8-1. They're in the gates. Fillies and mares. And they're off. Good start in the center for a Little Bit Tipsy. Got swamped after. There goes the speed of Peyton's Honor, who's out. Betty Pack is now going through and has that lead. Also trailing is Global Tour, now taking over second in front of Peyton's Honor. Well back to chasing numbers, and that one's outside is My Sweet Analyze. Little Bit Tipsy is now mid-pack and falling back big time and is passed by Steampunk. The last two down the backstretch run. Wampus Kitten has to do a lot better. So does A Rose for Lila. Both are way, way back. Around the turn they go. It's Global Tour by a half a length. Betty Pack is right between. Peyton's Honor is resurgent now. Three of them going to line up. Here's Steampunk, your favorite, to go four deep, and even deeper than that is My Sweet Analyze. Five of them past the quarter-mile pole onto the stretch run. Cutting the corner is Global Tour. Not today for Betty Pack, who backs out. Peyton's Honor. Here comes your favorite, Steampunk. Also running on from far back is My Sweet Analyze. Deep stretch. Coming on through is Peyton's Honor. Game as they come. Global Tour sticking it out. Three of them going to hit it together. It's, guess who? Peyton's Honor over Global Tour, then Steampunk, and then A Rose for Lila came from nowhere to maybe get fourth. Peyton's Honor, 12-1. Charles Ritter, Scott Becker. Are you serious? Shame on you, wagering public. Let the photo finish crew do their job. But we all know. $12-1 over 10-1 over 4-5 more than likely, so don't discard any tickets left. Into the winner's circle, gonna be a $25 or $26 winner. Peyton's Honor and jockey Victor Santiago, well done. Co-owned by Charles Ritter and Scott Becker, bred by the same. Congrats on the homebred victory. Scott Becker, the trainer. Peyton's Honor, five-year-old mare by Golub out of the Graham Hall Mare Honor, Graham, bred in Illinois. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, in the winner's circle. Heavy lifting by jockey Victor Santiago there. 26, 80, 11, 45, 40. Take a picture of that. That probably won't happen again this meet. Global Tour, $14, $580. Steampunk, $240. Pick 3, $459.10 for races 5, 6, and 7. The exacta, $165.60. Trifecta, just shy of $2 The double, $41.70 for races 6 and 7. Again, the pick 3, $459.10 for races 5, 6, and 7. 10-cent superfecta, $470 and change. Trifecta again, 200 bucks. Coming up in race number 8, scratch the 4 Maya's Warrior and the 6 Beer Goggles. The 2 Last Candy, 2 pounds over. Post time for the 8th and last race at 6 furlongs coming up in 20 minutes.
All right, welcome back, everybody. 15 minutes to post for our 8th and final on this Tuesday card. It has been a price lover's paradise. And I hope some of you are still alive. I don't see how it's possible for that pick 4, but if you are, congratulations, well done today. We are going to start out again with a different card on Saturday, another 8-race card, and I highly recommend you check in for those of you who are watching right now over on YouTube. It's going to be a lot of fun. The prices are definitely where you want to go. We already had, I think, the late pick 3 here, not the final pick 3, but the closing out in the 7th paid over $459. That gives you an idea where the money is at. Wow. Turn the page, my friends. 6 furlongs of distance. These are Illini bred maiden special weights with that $38,000 purse. Again, encouraging you to get involved with the state bred program here in the state of Illinois. Let's take a look at the runners down in the paddock. Six furlongs the distance, made the special weight. These are fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And it's one of those type of races I decided to just take a shot, man. 6-1 on Turtle Pace. Draws the outside post. Hasn't been able to finish, but seems to be going in the right direction. I think the extra half furlong might help this horse. Draws speed on the outside. I think that makes sense. Keith Nelson taking a big old shot with the 11, Ladies Legacy. I get that June 29th, 50, best of 4 workout coming in. It'll be interesting to see if this horse improves, but Turtle Pace to me has got the speed. Chinatown Girl, just the outside, also does, but I think they're probably a little bit faster. And with Maya Warrior scratched out of the race, as well as the 6 Beer Goggles, I think it really kind of plays into their hand. Scott Becker looking for, I believe, his 3rd winner on the afternoon. Victor Santiago with the call. He's been aboard the previous 2. Move our attention over to the 5 horse, and that is Malela for trainer Harry Lynch. Horse likes to be in that second flight. Really was in a war back on June 16th. Yes, they've had 10 tries. They've hit the board in 5 of the 10, so that's okay. Speed-wise numbers, probably not that strong for this race, but if they can improve on what we saw last time out on June 16th, I think they're definitely in the mix. Victor Lara looking for another winner on today's card. 7-Pound Apprentice is having a very good meet, hitting close to 30% with the opportunities he has been given so far. Turn our attention to the rail trip. That's Miss DeCoyne, John Rednauer, owner and trainer. Good luck to John. 21-1 in the debut and really outran the odds to be second best in a field of 10 back on June 16th. This is a 3-year-old daughter of Hightail. Never gone the distance, but of course they've only have 1 race under their belts, 5.5. I think the extra half furlong is definitely going to help their plans. I get why this horse was 7-2. I understand if you want to try to play this horse as the favorite, which they're doing right now. Tough for me to make this horse the favorite, but the bettors seem to be in disagreement with me, and I respect them for that. Rounding out the field, at least for myself, Elsie's Legacy for Eddie Essenprice. Johannes Arengaren gets the call. She climbed aboard the second time, outgoing 6 furlongs on June 13th. Granted, it was a maiden claiming 10, but she really woke up this one. She was only 2.5 lengths out of it for the win. She has the right to improve. I didn't think you were going to get 20-1 at all, and you're not. It's 7-1 currently. Seems a little bit on the muscle, but that's okay. With the blinkers, those are not new. She's worn them for the previous 2. So she looks to be in a good spot here. So it's a field of 9 going forward to close out the show here. My ticket's long since gone, but for those of you who are still alive with your multi-race exotics, I applaud you. We're going to call it 9518. 9518 is the number, and I'm going to stick with the 9 horse, Turtle Pace, on top. So, 10 minutes to post, race number 8, that's going to do it for me. For Keith Nelson and everyone here at Fairmount Park, we want to thank you so much for being with us today. Good luck in the nightcap. And again, on behalf of Excel Entertainment, have yourself a wonderful evening, and we'll see you again, win, lose, or draw, on Saturday. Good luck.
Equipment that has been forgotten on the program. Number one, Miss DeCoin in her lone start wore blinkers back June 16th and will be wearing them again for this second start. So please note, Miss DeCoin did race with blinkers on in that initial start June 16th and will be wearing them again. I hope the Mamas on the Hill band and or gang who sponsored race number 3 are still here and are in any shape to be in the winner's circle for race number 8, because they sponsored the 8th and last here. Again, number 1, Miss DuCoin. Blinkers were worn last time. Blinkers will be worn again this time. Scratch the 4, scratch the 6. You have 5 minutes. Malala looks like she'll be loaded in first. The rest are following, but still a ways back. You have 1 minute for all wagers in the get out race. Field loading in now for the 8th. Miss DuCoin, Enchanted Moment. Malala has sat down in the starting gate. Number 5. Looks like she is up, though. Heck of a time to sit down. Last Candy moving in. Looks like Malala's A-OK. Loading in quick. There goes Turtle Pace. Chinatown Girl. Ladies Legacy will be the last in. Yeah, Malala is just sitting down, standing up, looking around, and Ladies Legacy is in the outside stall. We'll see if they're going here. Now Enchanted Moment acting up, settling. And they're off. Good start for Enchanted Moment. Also got there. Turtle Pace showing the good turn of hoof. Good Nelly takes over. So it's Good Nelly and Turtle Pace. 1-2. Poking a nose up is the troublesome gate horse Malala third. Fourth is Last Candy. Fifth Enchanted Moment, flanked on the outside by Elsie's Legacy. Then comes Chinatown Girl, Ladies Legacy. Miss DuCoin has a lot of running to do and has to pass them all in front. Mad Dash continues here in the get-out race. Inside, Last Candy to dictate terms. Malala's right next door, covering his Turtle Pace. Out in the breach, here comes Ladies Legacy, who's gaining up in fourth. Back in fifth, not today for Good Nelly. On the inside, running up amongst is Enchanted Moment. Circling up from far back is Chinatown Girl. Four of them line up as they enter the stretch run. It's Malala. It's Turtle Pace who's given way. Chinatown Legacy trying to get up there. Chinatown Girl. Here's Ladies Legacy down the crown. It's Ladies Legacy in search of Malala. Malala, Ladies Legacy. 7-1. Malala fights back. Ladies Legacy. Malala second. Photo third and fourth. Last Candy or Miss DuCoin. Photo for the win, 11 over 5. 7-1 over 3-1 unofficial. Also photo for third and fourth between the 2 and the 1, it looks like. How's our group feeling down there? Mama's on the Hill gang. You doing all right? Lindsay on the hill. $11, 5, 1, and 2. Miss DuCoin got third. 2. Last Candy was fourth. Into the winner's circle soon will step number 11, Ladies Legacy, and a riding double for Angel Stanley. Owned by Lois McCroskey, trained by Shane Childers, bred in Illinois by Dr. Donald McCroskey. Ladies Legacy scores and will pay $16 or so for the win. The winning time, 1:13 4/5 of a second. Ladies Legacy is a 3-year-old daughter, a show good out of the exclusive quality mare. Ladies drink free. See you at long shots. $16.80 to win, $8 to place, $5.20 to show. Malala ran her heart out, $3.80 and $2.40. Missed a coin, $3.20. The exacta, $33.80. Trifecta, $71.20. The late pick 3 paid 2 of 3 for $25.10. The 10-cent superfecta just over $62. And the late pick 4 paid 3 of 4. $455, that's $555.20 for 3 of 4 in the late pick 4. Okay, then. We are off until a Saturday afternoon, the first of 8. We average 8 1/4 horses per race. So come on out and join us. Full fields, great racing. Hope to see you back here Saturday at 1:30. Goodbye.